Chapter 1. The Darkness Powder from Peru. Let's start the story with a journey to the mysterious mountains of Peru, where one of the wizarding world's most curious magical substances originates. Peruvian Instant Darkness Powder, a name that carries with it both intrigue and a hint of mischief. As you settle deeper into your chair, imagine yourself standing in the ancient magical marketplaces of Peru, where the air is filled with the scent of exotic herbs and the soft murmuring of incantations in languages long forgotten by the mundane world. This remarkable substance first emerged from the misty peaks of the Andes, where native Peruvian wizards discovered that certain volcanic minerals, when combined with the essence of the local night-blooming umbra flower, would create a peculiar reaction. The resulting fine black powder had the extraordinary ability to absorb all light around it, casting impenetrable darkness that not even the brightest Lumos charm could penetrate. For centuries, this magical innovation remained a closely guarded secret among Peruvian magical communities. The powder was primarily used for sacred ceremonies, where darkness was believed to enhance communication with the spiritual realm. Shamanic wizards would cast handfuls of the powder into ceremonial fires, creating pockets of absolute darkness in which they claimed to see visions beyond the physical world. The path by which this magical substance traveled from the remote mountains of Peru to the shelves of shops like Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in Diagon Alley is a winding one, filled with tales of intrepid magical explorers and cunning traders. In the early 18th century, a British wizard by the name of Thaddeus Thurkel, a name you might recognize as the wizard who famously turned his 7 squib sons into hedgehogs out of disappointment, journeyed to Peru in search of magical curiosities to add to his already impressive collection. Thurkel, despite his questionable parenting methods, was an accomplished explorer and established connections with local wizarding communities through gifts of enchanted objects from Europe. After months of building trust, he was finally shown the secret of the darkness powder. Recognizing its potential value, he negotiated for the right to bring a small quantity back to Britain, promising that it would be used only for scholarly purposes. Upon his return to Britain, Thurkel presented his findings to the Department of Mysteries, where researchers were fascinated by the powder's properties. They found that not only did it create darkness, but it also temporarily dampened certain magical energies, making it particularly useful for containing volatile experimental spells. The ministry quickly classified the formula, limiting its production to official purposes. However, as with many magical secrets, knowledge of the darkness powder eventually leaked beyond the ministry's walls. By the late 19th century, diluted versions began appearing in specialty apothecaries, marketed as a novelty item for wizarding parties and theatrical performances. These commercial versions were significantly less potent than the authentic Peruvian powder, lasting only minutes rather than hours. The true resurgence of authentic Peruvian instant darkness powder came with the opening of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. The enterprising twins, Fred and George Weasley, somehow managed to obtain the genuine recipe, though they remained characteristically tight-lipped about their source. Some speculate that their elder brother Bill, with his connections to international magical communities through Gringotts, may have provided the crucial link. The twins refined the formula, creating a version that was both powerful enough to create true darkness, but controlled enough to dissipate after a reasonable time. This balance made it perfect for pranks, and as later events would prove, for more serious applications as well. The properties of genuine Peruvian instant darkness powder are truly remarkable. Unlike simple darkness charms that can be countered with light-producing spells, the powder creates what magical theorists call a negative light field, a space where light itself cannot exist for a time. Even magical eyes like those of Alastor Moody cannot penetrate its veil, making it an effective tool for concealment against even the most vigilant observers. The powder itself appears innocuous, a fine, dark substance not unlike ground peppercorns, with a faint shimmer visible only when it catches the light at certain angles. It bears a subtle aroma, reminiscent of star anise and charcoal. To the trained nose, This scent serves as a warning. To the uninitiated, it offers no hint of the sudden obscurity about to descend. When thrown or released into the air, the powder expands rapidly, each tiny grain multiplying its effect 100-fold. The darkness spreads like spilled ink in water, but quicker, in less than a second. A pinch can engulf an entire room in impenetrable blackness. Those caught within report a curious sensation beyond mere visual darkness, a momentary feeling of weightlessness, as though the absence of light temporarily disrupts one's connection to the physical world. During the Second Wizarding War, this seemingly innocent prank item took on a far more serious role. The darkness powder was used in the fateful night when Death Eaters infiltrated Hogwarts, with Draco Malfoy employing it to prevent Order members from seeing and pursuing his accomplices. This single event changed how the wizarding world viewed the substance, transforming it in the public consciousness from a harmless joke shop novelty to a potential tool for dark wizards. After the war, the Ministry of Magic placed new restrictions on the sale and possession of true Peruvian instant darkness powder. Importers now require special permits, and all sales must be registered with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The Weasley's shop continues to sell a modified version that is traceable by certain magical means, ensuring that it cannot be used for nefarious purposes without consequences. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of the powder is that, despite centuries of study, magical researchers have never been able to fully reverse engineer its formula. The original Peruvian creators incorporated magic specific to their location, drawing on the unique magical properties of plants that grow only in certain remote valleys of the Andes, at specific altitudes, harvested under particular phases of the moon. These ingredients, combined with incantations in a dialect of an ancient Peruvian magical language, create a substance that defies simple replication. This resistance to magical analysis makes Peruvian instant darkness powder one of the few magical substances that remains, at its core, somewhat mysterious to the wider wizarding world. Unlike potions or charms that can be decomposed to their constituent parts and understood fully, the darkness powder retains some of its secrets. As you sit here by the fire, the flames casting warm light and dancing shadows across your face, consider the paradoxical nature of this magical substance, how something that creates absolute darkness has illuminated so many aspects of magical theory. The powder has forced magical researchers to reconsider foundational principles about the nature of light and darkness in magical contexts, suggesting that they are not merely opposites but complex magical forces with properties of their own. The story of Peruvian instant darkness powder reminds us of how the wizarding world is connected across continents and cultures, how magical innovations travel and evolve, and how objects created for one purpose often find unexpected applications as they pass through different hands. The gentle crackling of the fire seems to pose a question as our tale of darkness comes to a close. In a world where even light itself can be extinguished with a pinch of powder, what other fundamental aspects of reality might be more malleable than we imagine, and what ancient magical wisdom still awaits discovery in the remote corners of our world? Chapter 2. The Evolution of Quidditch Rules. The ancient game of Quidditch, like a living entity, has transformed through the centuries, its rules shifting and settling like leaves in an autumn breeze. Tonight, as moonlight filters through the window and shadows dance across the floor, let us trace the fascinating journey of how this beloved wizarding sport evolved from its chaotic beginnings to the structured spectacle we know today. Quidditch began in the 11th century at a place called Quidditch Marsh, a name that would eventually transform into Quidditch through centuries of linguistic evolution. The earliest version of the game was barely recognizable compared to modern Quidditch. Picture, if you will, a medieval field where witches and wizards mounted crude flying broomsticks, chasing a leather ball while avoiding flying rocks bewitched to knock players from their perches. The original game had few boundaries and fewer rules. The playing area was often determined simply by the natural features of the landscape, a river on one side perhaps, or a copse of trees on another. There were no hoops, no specific positions, and crucially, no golden snitch. Instead, Players focused on putting the leather ball, a precursor to the modern quaffle, into designated trees at either end of the marsh. An important historical text in understanding Quidditch's evolution is Quidditch Through the Ages by Kenilworthy Wisp. This venerable tome tells us that the first recorded game involving a golden snidget, the small, round golden bird that would inspire the creation of the golden snitch, occurred in 1269. Chief Wizengamot member Barbarous Bragg released a snidget during a match and offered a reward of 150 galleons to the player who caught it. This spontaneous addition dramatically altered the course of the game's development. Imagine the scene. Players who had been focused solely on scoring with the leather ball suddenly diverted their attention to capturing this tiny, elusive bird. The crowd's excitement at this new element must have been palpable, their cheers echoing across the marsh as players darted after the golden blur. The practice of releasing snidgets during matches quickly became popular, despite having no official status in the rules of the game. However, this trend had devastating consequences for the snidget population, which began to decline precipitously. By the mid-14th century, the golden snidget was nearing extinction, prompting the Wizards' Council, precursor to the Ministry of Magic, to declare the birds a protected species in 1362. A clever solution emerged from wandmaker Bowman Wright of Godric's Hollow, who created the first golden snitch, a metal ball the same size and weight as a snidget, bewitched to mimic the bird's flight patterns. Close your eyes and picture Wright in his workshop, carefully enchanting that first golden ball, unaware that his creation would become an iconic element of the wizarding world's most beloved sport. As the 15th century dawned, Quidditch had begun to resemble the game we know today. The position of seeker had been formalized, specifically tasked with catching the snitch. The keeper position emerged, to guard the goalposts, which had replaced the original trees. Beaters took responsibility for the bludgers, which had replaced the enchanted rocks, and chasers focused on scoring with the quaffle. Yet the rules remained inconsistent across Britain, leading to confusion when teams from different regions competed. In 1398, the famous witch Gertie Kettle documented a match played near her home on the edge of Quidditch Marsh. Her diary entries reveal that players still argued over fundamental aspects of the game, such as whether flying beneath a certain height constituted a foul. The need for standardization became increasingly apparent, and in 1750, the Department of Magical Games and Sports established the official rules of Quidditch. This watershed moment brought order to the beloved chaos of the sport. The department decreed that teams would consist of 7 players in specific positions, matches would be played with 3 types of balls, and a standardized pitch size would be implemented. Perhaps the most significant rule change came with the establishment of the no wands on the pitch regulation. Before this, players commonly hexed opponents or bewitched the balls during play. Imagine the scene, a chaser racing toward the goalposts, only to find themselves suddenly sprouting feathers or their broomstick turning into a confused goose mid-flight. While undoubtedly entertaining for spectators, such practices made for an unpredictable and often dangerous game. The height of the goalposts became another point of contention. Originally, they stood at different heights at either end of the pitch, a remnant of the days when goals were scored through naturally occurring features like tree branches. In 1620, Daisy Pennifold's famous petition led to the standardization of hoop height, arguing that the inconsistency gave home teams an unfair advantage. Throughout the 19th century, refinements continued as the sport grew more popular and more professional. The introduction of the cushioning charm in 1820 made broomsticks considerably more comfortable, allowing players to remain airborne longer and execute more complex maneuvers. Imagine the relief of players who had previously spent hours perched uncomfortably on hard wooden handles, now able to compete without numbing discomfort. The Wigtown Wanderers, a team established in 1422, were instrumental in refining the rules around physical contact between players. After their legendary captain, Walter Parkin, was knocked unconscious 13 times in a single season, The Parkin's pincer move, where two chasers trap an opposing chaser, was regulated to prevent excessive force. By the early 20th century, the International Confederation of Wizards Quidditch Committee had established global standardization of rules, facilitating the growing phenomenon of international competition. The first Quidditch World Cup under these unified rules took place in 1904, drawing wizarding spectators from across the globe. Not all rule changes were adopted smoothly. In 1884, the Department of Magical Games and Sports attempted to change the value of the snitch capture from 150 points to 50, arguing that the current scoring system made the role of chasers less significant. The ensuing protests from fans and players alike were so vehement that the department headquarters found itself besieged by angry wizards on broomsticks for a week until the proposal was withdrawn. One particularly interesting rule evolution concerned the Seeker's Plummet, a defensive tactic where seekers would pretend to spot the snitch and dive sharply toward the ground, hoping their opponent would follow and crash. After several serious injuries, regulations were introduced in 1927, requiring seekers to maintain reasonable evidence of snitch sighting before executing such maneuvers. The snitch itself underwent modifications. The original enchantments created by Bowman Wright made the snitch almost too elusive, resulting in some matches lasting for months. In 1520, the enchantments were adjusted to ensure the snitch remained primarily within the boundaries of the pitch, though still with enough freedom to make its capture challenging. Can you imagine the patience of spectators at those early matches, some bringing tents and provisions, prepared to watch play continue for weeks? Rules regarding the quaffle have also evolved significantly. The early leather balls were prone to being affected by weather conditions, becoming waterlogged and heavy during rain. In 1711, Daisy Pennifold suggested using a charm that would cause the quaffle to fall slowly rather than drop like a stone when released, making it easier to catch. This innovation, known as the Pennifold quaffle, remains standard to this day. The brooms themselves became subject to regulation as manufacturers began developing increasingly sophisticated racing brooms. In 1652, the Wizards' Council established the first broomstick speed limitations after Torquil McTavish reached an estimated 163 miles per hour on a modified oak shaft and traveled so far over the North Sea that it took search parties 3 weeks to locate him. For the recreational player, house rules often added charming variations to standard Quidditch. Some wizarding families played garden Quidditch with enchanted apples as quaffles and garden gnomes as reluctant bludgers. The Weasley family was known to play with a modified altitude limit to avoid being seen by their Muggle neighbors, a practical adaptation that reflects how Quidditch rules often bend to accommodate local circumstances. Professional Quidditch today maintains the core rules established in 1750, but refinements continue. The introduction of the Nimbus, and later the Firebolt series of racing brooms, necessitated new regulations regarding equipment standardization in professional leagues. The modern professional player must comply with dozens of equipment regulations, from the precise weight of their protective gear to the specific enchantments permitted on their broomsticks. One of the most recent significant rule changes came in 1992, when the International Association of Quidditch ruled that no part of the seeker's body except their hands could be used to catch the snitch. This followed an infamous incident during the Kenmare Kestrels vs. Wigtown Wanderers match, where Kestrels seeker Darren O'Hare caught the snitch in his mouth after both his arms were temporarily paralyzed by a rogue bludger. As the firelight flickers and the hour grows late, consider how the evolution of Quidditch rules reflects the wizarding society itself, moving from chaotic individualism to structured cooperation, from dangerous spectacle to regulated sport. The game preserves its essential spirit while adapting to changing times and technologies, much like the wizarding world itself. What does it tell us about wizarding culture that this beloved game still maintains elements from its inception nearly 1,000 years ago, even as it continues to evolve? Perhaps in this balance between tradition and innovation, we find the true magic of Quidditch, a game that connects modern wizards and witches to their ancient heritage, while soaring ever forward into the future. Chapter 3. The Rivalry of Petunia Dursley. In the quiet solitude of evening, as shadows lengthen and stars begin their silent vigil, let us turn our attention to a different kind of darkness, one born not of magic powder, but of human emotion. Tonight we explore the complex rivalry that shaped the life of Petunia Dursley, née Evans, and how her relationship with her sister Lily cast a long shadow over the wizarding world's most famous orphan. The story begins in a modest home in Cokeworth, an industrial town in England's Midlands. Two sisters, as different as dawn and dusk, shared their childhood in this unremarkable setting. Petunia was the elder, tall, thin, and pale, with a neck perhaps a touch too long, and a disposition toward neatness and order. Lily, by contrast, was vibrant and vivacious, with striking green eyes that seemed to capture light even on the dullest days. In those early years, before magic entered their lives, the Evans sisters were close in the way that only siblings can be, sharing secrets, inventing games, finding wonder in the ordinary world around them. Imagine them in their garden, Petunia carefully arranging flowers while Lily danced among the butterflies, both unaware of how their paths would soon diverge. The first fracture appeared when Lily was 9 years old. Strange occurrences began to follow her, flowers opening in her palm, objects moving when she was upset, momentary suspensions of the natural laws that governed Petunia's orderly understanding of the world. While their parents marveled at these unusual gifts, Petunia watched with growing unease as her sister transformed into someone or something she couldn't comprehend. The defining moment came with the arrival of Severus Snape, a peculiar boy from Spinner's End, who recognized what Lily was becoming before she understood it herself. Hidden among the trees near the local playground, Petunia overheard the truth that would forever alter her relationship with her sister. Lily was a witch. Consider for a moment what this revelation meant to young Petunia. In an instant, the sister she had known all her life was revealed to be something entirely different, someone who belonged to a world Petunia could never enter. The ordinary life she had planned for them both was suddenly insufficient for Lily, who was destined for extraordinary things. Driven by a complex mixture of curiosity and jealousy, Petunia took the unprecedented step of writing directly to Albus Dumbledore, then headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In carefully penned lines, she asked, no, pleaded, to be admitted alongside her sister. This letter, written in secret and sent with trembling hands, reveals more about Petunia's heart than perhaps any other moment in her life. Dumbledore's response was kind but firm. The magical world was not accessible to those without magical ability. No amount of wishing or studying could bridge this fundamental divide. With this rejection, something crystallized in Petunia's heart. If she could not join her sister in this new world, she would reject it entirely. What began as envy hardened into resentment, and finally calcified into a brittle disdain for all things magical. When Lily departed for Hogwarts, their childhood home must have seemed cavernously empty to Petunia. Picture her moving through silent rooms, past the empty chair where Lily would have sat, her absence an echo that followed Petunia through the house. Each holiday brought Lily back, but she returned changed, filled with stories of a place Petunia could never see and experiences she could never share. The language of their sisterhood changed too. Words like transfiguration, charms, and potions entered their conversations, widening the gulf between them. Lily's attempts to include Petunia by sharing tales of the magical world only emphasized how completely she had been left behind. Each story was a reminder of doors forever closed to her. As they grew older, the sisters' paths diverged further. Petunia pursued normalcy with single-minded determination, finding comfort in the predictable rhythms of ordinary life. She attended a secretarial college and cultivated a circle of friends who valued the same conventional aspirations she did. Her world became intentionally small, controlled, and utterly devoid of magic. Her marriage to Vernon Dursley represented the culmination of this pursuit. Vernon, substantial, methodical, and aggressively ordinary, was everything the magical world was not. His distaste for anything unusual matched Petunia's own carefully cultivated rejection of her sister's world. Together, they created a fortress of normalcy at number 4, Privet Drive, with its immaculate garden and carefully polished windows, reflecting nothing but conventional suburban contentment. When Lily married James Potter, the chasm between the sisters became nearly unbridgeable. Petunia attended the wedding, sitting stiffly through the celebration, unsettled by the casual displays of magic and the strange guests who seemed to find nothing remarkable about levitating champagne glasses or flash-transforming decorations. Vernon, experiencing the wizarding world for the first time, grew increasingly purple-faced as the reception progressed, culminating in a heated exchange with James that ensured the couples would rarely meet again. It is worth noting that despite the growing distance between them, Lily continued to reach out to her sister. Christmas cards arrived faithfully each year. The announcement of Harry's birth was sent immediately, including a moving wizarding photograph of the newborn, with his shock of black hair and his mother's distinctive green eyes. These gestures were met with increasingly terse responses from Petunia, who sent conventional gifts and brief notes that revealed little of her own life or her feelings toward her sister. The true tragedy of this rivalry lies in its unresolved nature. Before any reconciliation could occur, Lily and James were murdered by Lord Voldemort. Petunia's complex feelings toward her sister, the jealousy, resentment, and buried beneath it all, a persistent sisterly love, were suddenly frozen in place, never to be resolved. The morning she found Harry on her doorstep changed everything once again. Imagine Petunia's face as she read Dumbledore's letter, learning of her sister's death and the impossible request that accompanied the bundled infant. The magical world that she had so thoroughly rejected was now literally on her threshold, impossible to ignore. Her decision to take in her nephew was not made from compassion alone. Dumbledore's letter had explained the blood protection that Lily's sacrifice had created, protection that would extend to Harry only if he could call home the place where his mother's blood dwelled. In accepting Harry, Petunia acknowledged a connection to her sister that she had spent years denying, yet the rivalry persisted even after Lily's death. Petunia's treatment of Harry revealed how deeply her feelings toward her sister continued to influence her actions. She could not look at Harry without seeing Lily's eyes, without being reminded of all she had lost. Not just a sister, but access to a world of wonders she had once desperately wanted to join. Her determined efforts to suppress Harry's magical nature mirrored her earlier attempts to distance herself from her sister's abilities. From refusing to speak about magic to punishing Harry for accidental magical occurrences, Petunia tried to force normalcy upon a child who, like his mother, was inherently extraordinary. There were moments, rare and quickly suppressed, when the facade cracked. When Harry directly mentioned Lily or asked questions about his parents, a shadow would pass across Petunia's face, a flicker of something that might have been grief or regret, or simply the weight of memories too painful to revisit. The most revealing of these moments came during Harry's 17th birthday, as the Dursleys prepared to leave Privet Drive for their own safety. Standing awkwardly in the hallway, Petunia seemed on the verge of saying something meaningful to her nephew, perhaps finally acknowledging the sister she had lost, or expressing some small measure of the complex emotions she had suppressed for so long. But the moment passed, and whatever words might have bridged decades of estrangement remained unspoken. What makes Petunia's story particularly poignant is that her rivalry with Lily was, in many ways, one-sided. Lily never sought to outshine her sister or to exclude her from the magical world. These were circumstances beyond either sister's control. Had Petunia been able to accept this fundamental truth, perhaps their relationship might have evolved differently. Instead, Petunia's jealousy became a self-fulfilling prophecy. In rejecting her sister's world, she ensured her own exclusion from Lily's life. In treating Harry as a burden rather than a connection to the sister she had lost, she perpetuated the division that had begun in their childhood. The legacy of this rivalry extended far beyond the sisters themselves. Harry grew up without knowledge of his magical heritage, without understanding the sacrifice his mother had made, without even a true memory of what Lily had been like. The photos and stories that might have connected him to his mother were withheld, locked away, as surely as Petunia had locked away her own memories of her sister. Perhaps the most profound consequence was the way this rivalry shaped Harry himself. Growing up unwanted gave him a resilience and self-reliance that would serve him well in the challenges ahead. His eagerness to find a place where he truly belonged, his immediate embrace of the wizarding world that his aunt had rejected, these were direct results of Petunia's inability to move beyond her rivalry with Lily. In the quiet hours of night, as our fire burns low and thoughts turn inward, consider the tragedy of Petunia Dursley's life, a woman who allowed jealousy to rob her of what might have been a profound and meaningful connection to her sister and the wider world of magic. Her rivalry with Lily became a prison of her own making, its walls built of resentment and its locks forged from pride. As the Evans sisters' story fades into the gentle darkness, we are left to wonder, had Petunia been able to celebrate her sister's gifts rather than resent them, how different might both their lives have been? And in our own lives, do we recognize the moments when pride or envy blinds us to the wonder that exists beside us, even if it takes a form we cannot fully share? Chapter 4. The Enchantment of Broomsticks. As twilight deepens into night and stars appear like distant enchantments across the velvet sky, let us turn our attention to one of the most iconic magical objects in the wizarding world, the flying broomstick. More than mere tools for transportation or sport, these remarkable creations represent the perfect marriage of mundane craft and extraordinary magic. The history of flying broomsticks stretches back to the early medieval period, when wizards and witches sought reliable methods of transportation that would attract minimal attention from muggles. Picture those ancient magical folk experimenting with various household objects, chairs, tables, cauldrons, before settling on the humble broomstick as the ideal vessel for magical flight. Why broomsticks? Consider their practical advantages. They were found in virtually every household, muggle and magical alike. Their narrow profile made them relatively aerodynamic. They could be easily hidden when not in use, and perhaps most importantly, they allowed the rider to sit comfortably while keeping both hands free for wand work if necessary. The earliest flying broomsticks were crude by modern standards, ordinary household brooms temporarily enchanted for single journeys. These primitive flying implements were uncomfortable, difficult to control, and prone to losing their enchantment mid-flight, a potentially disastrous occurrence for the unfortunate witch or wizard soaring high above the medieval countryside. One of the earliest documented broom makers was Elias Grimstone, who created the Oakshaft 79 in 1879. This sturdy, reliable broom was the first to be designed with durability as its primary feature. Constructed from English oak, the Oakshaft was heavier than modern racing brooms, but possessed remarkable stability even in stormy conditions. For many decades, it remained the broom of choice for long-distance journeys and was famously used by Jocunda Sykes in 1935 for her groundbreaking transatlantic flight from Europe to America. Imagine Sykes setting out across the vast Atlantic, the wooden handle of her faithful Oakshaft gripped firmly as she faced the daunting journey ahead. The enchantments on her broom would need to withstand not only days of continuous use, but also the harsh conditions of oceanic travel, salt spray, variable winds, and the magical disruptions that sometimes occur over large bodies of water. The development of racing brooms introduced new considerations to broomstick enchantment. In 1926, the Clinsweep One was unveiled by the Clinsweep Broom Company, founded by Bob, Bill, and Barnaby Allerton. This revolutionary design emphasized maneuverability and acceleration over the steadiness that had previously dominated broomstick creation. The core enchantments of a flying broomstick are complex and numerous, layered carefully by master craftsmen who guard their secrets jealously. At the heart of every flying broom is the levitation charm, a sophisticated variant of the Wingardium Leviosa spell taught to first-year students at Hogwarts. Unlike the simple charm used to levitate feathers in the classroom, the broomstick enchantment must be permanent and responsive to the writer's intentions without verbal commands. Surrounding this primary enchantment are numerous stability spells that prevent the broom from rolling or pitching unexpectedly. These must be balanced precisely against charms that allow for directed movement. Too much stability makes a broom unresponsive, too little makes it dangerously unpredictable. This delicate magical equilibrium is what separates master broom makers from amateurs. The wood itself must be specially prepared before any enchantments are applied. Traditionally, broomstick timber is harvested during specific lunar phases and seasoned for months or even years in magical conditions. Different woods lend different qualities to the finished broom. Ash provides strength and resilience, hazel offers precision handling, while birch is prized for its lightness and speed. Consider the workshop of a master broom maker: bundles of carefully selected twigs hanging from rafters, lengths of wood soaking in shimmering potions, specially trained crafts wizards, meticulously shaping handles with enchanted tools that never dull. The air would be thick with magic, the scent of wood shavings mingling with the distinctive aroma, the magical varnishes used to seal and protect the finished brooms. The cushioning charm represents one of the most welcome innovations in broomstick history. Prior to its development in 1820, long journeys by broomstick were notoriously uncomfortable. Agatha Chubb, a talented witch with a particular interest in comfort enchantments, created a spell that would make the hard wooden handle feel as comfortable as the softest armchair without changing its physical appearance or aerodynamic properties. Imagine the relief of witches and wizards who had previously endured hours of discomfort during long journeys, suddenly able to travel with the sensation of sitting on a cushioned seat. This seemingly minor enhancement revolutionized magical transportation, making broomsticks truly practical for everyday use. Racing brooms incorporate additional enchantments beyond those found in standard models. Acceleration charms allow for rapid increases in speed, while specialized braking charms prevent the catastrophic consequences that would otherwise result from suddenly stopping at racing velocities. The most sophisticated racing brooms include weather-repelling charms to improve visibility during adverse conditions and anti-jinx protections to prevent tampering during professional matches. The Nimbus series, first introduced in 1967, revolutionized the racing broom market with its unprecedented combination of speed and control. The Nimbus 1000 featured innovations like the unbreakable braking charm and streamlined twig arrangement that reduced drag significantly. Each subsequent model, from the 1001 to the legendary 2000, introduced refinements that pushed the boundaries of what was magically possible. The pinnacle of broomstick development came with the introduction of the Firebolt in 1993. Created by master craftsman Randolph Spudmore, the Firebolt combined state-of-the-art goblin metallurgy with revolutionary charms work. Its handle of superfine polished ash was treated with a diamond hard polish and numbered for authenticity. The birch twigs in its tail were meticulously selected for perfect balance and aerodynamically shaped for minimal wind resistance. The Firebolt's acceleration, from 0 to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds, was previously thought impossible, requiring the development of entirely new stability enchantments to ensure the rider remained on the broom during such dramatic speed changes. Its price reflected its extraordinary craftsmanship, placing it beyond the reach of all but professional players and the exceptionally wealthy. Broomstick enchantment has not been without controversy. In the early 1900s, German broom maker Ernst Hoffmann experimented with embedding restricted magical substances within the wood of his Hoffmann special brooms, claiming they enhanced performance. After several riders experienced dangerous magical side effects, including partial invisibility and uncontrollable hovering, the International Confederation of Wizards Broomstick Regulatory Commission established strict guidelines for acceptable enchantment methods. The maintenance of enchanted broomsticks requires special consideration. Unlike ordinary magical objects, Broomsticks are regularly subjected to extreme conditions, high speeds, variable weather, and occasionally crash landings. Their enchantments must therefore be particularly resilient, but even the finest spellwork deteriorates over time. Professional Quidditch teams employ specialized broom maintenance wizards who regularly check and refresh the enchantments on team brooms. For the average witch or wizard, the Fleetwood's high-finish handle polish not only keeps a broom looking its best, but also helps maintain the integrity of its fundamental enchantments. Tail twigs must be regularly trimmed and sometimes replaced, a delicate process that can affect the broom's handling characteristics if not performed correctly. Children's brooms represent a specialized category of enchantment. These toys are limited by multiple safety charms. They rise only a few feet from the ground, move at restricted speeds, and include anti-fall jinxes that help prevent young riders from slipping off. The magic on these introductory brooms is designed to be particularly stable, compensating for the unpredictable intentions of their young riders. Imagine a young Harry Potter, not yet aware of his magical heritage, being given his first broomstick on his first birthday. A simple toy designed for magical children, enchanted to rise just high enough for tiny feet to clear the ground. That same child would later experience the exhilaration of riding his Nimbus 2000, and eventually the unparalleled performance of his Firebolt, each broom representing not just advances in magical technology, but stages in his own development as a wizard. The relationship between witch or wizard and broomstick is often deeply personal. Many report that their brooms become more responsive over time, as though the enchantments somehow attune to the magical signature of the regular rider. While no scientific study has confirmed this phenomenon, the experience is so commonly reported that most broom makers acknowledge the possibility of such magical synchronization. For professional Quidditch players, their broomsticks are extensions of themselves, tools of their trade that must respond to the slightest shift in weight or intention during the high-speed, high-stakes environment of competitive play. The enchantments must be flawless, the balance perfect, the responsiveness immediate. A millisecond of lag in a broom's response could mean the difference between capturing the snitch and defeat. Today's broomstick market caters to various needs beyond racing and Quidditch. The Clean Sweep 11 offers a balance of speed and stability for the everyday flyer. The Comet 290 provides exceptional reliability for long-distance travel. The Blue Bottle series markets itself as a family broom for the budget-conscious, with safety features and adjustable speed limitations that make it suitable for wizards and witches of all ages. Beyond the well-known commercial brands, artisanal broom makers create custom brooms for discriminating clients. These unique creations often incorporate personal elements, wood from a significant location, for instance, or enchantments specifically tailored to the owner's flying style. Such bespoke brooms can take months to craft and command prices that exceed even top-of-the-line racing models. As our exploration of broomstick enchantment draws to a close, consider how this seemingly simple object embodies the essence of wizarding innovation, taking the ordinary and transforming it through magic into something extraordinary. From humble domestic tool to sophisticated racing instrument, the broomstick's evolution parallels the development of wizarding society itself. The gentle whisper of broomsticks passing overhead on a quiet night continues to symbolize the wonder of the magical world, the freedom of flight, unbound by Muggle technology or constraints. What might we learn from this marriage of simplicity and sophisticated enchantment? Perhaps that magic finds its most elegant expression, not in flashy displays of power, but in the thoughtful enhancement of the everyday, transforming the mundane into the miraculous through careful, intentional craft. Chapter 5. The Hidden Passageways of Hogwarts. As night deepens and shadows gather in the corners of ancient stone walls, let us explore one of Hogwarts' most intriguing secrets, the network of hidden passageways that weave through the castle like veins of silver in ancient rock. These concealed corridors hold centuries of stories, known only to a select few students and teachers who discovered their entrances through chance, cunning, or inherited knowledge. Hogwarts Castle, constructed over 1,000 years ago by the four founders, was never meant to be entirely comprehensible. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin each contributed their own architectural visions to the school, including secret routes and chambers that reflected their values and served specific purposes. Imagine walking through the castle late at night, when the corridors are silent save for the occasional whisper of a ghost passing through a wall, or the soft snoring of portraits. The stone beneath your feet has been worn smooth by countless generations of students, but if you knew where to look, which tapestry to pull aside, which statue to whisper a password to, which seemingly solid wall conceals a doorway, you might discover paths unknown to most who call Hogwarts home. The most famous document revealing these secrets is, of course, the Marauder's Map, created by James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew during their time at Hogwarts. This remarkable magical artifact shows not only the layout of the entire castle, including its secret passages, but also the location of every person within its walls. The map reveals 7 major secret passages leading out of the school grounds, knowledge that would prove invaluable to Harry Potter years later. The passage behind the one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor is particularly notable. Concealed behind the humpbacked figure of Gunhilda of Gorsmore, this tunnel is accessed by tapping the statue with a wand and uttering the password Descendium. The stone yields to reveal a narrow slide that deposits adventurous students into a long, earthy passage leading directly to the cellar of Honeyduke's sweet shop in Hogsmeade Village. Picture the journey through this passageway, the cool, damp air against your skin, the distant dripping of water echoing through the darkness, the smell of earth and ancient stone surrounding you. For centuries, students seeking to escape the confines of the castle have made this clandestine journey, emerging amidst barrels of ingredients and boxes of sweets, their faces illuminated by wandlight and anticipation. The passage beneath the Whomping Willow serves a more somber purpose. Created during Remus Lupin's school years, this tunnel leads to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade, where the young werewolf could safely transform each full moon without endangering his fellow students. To access this passage, one must press a specific knot on the tree's trunk, temporarily immobilizing its violent branches. The tunnel itself is low and narrow, forcing travelers to crouch or crawl as they make their way toward the allegedly most haunted building in Britain. Consider the emotions Lupin must have felt each month as he walked this lonely path. The mixture of dread and gratitude, knowing that while painful transformations awaited him, at least his condition remained secret and his friends safe. Years later, this same passage would witness reunions, revelations, and a pivotal confrontation between long-separated friends and enemies. Not all of Hogwarts' hidden passages lead beyond the school grounds. Many serve as shortcuts between distant parts of the castle, allowing knowledgeable students to avoid the main corridors and arrive at classes on time, despite the castle's notoriously shifting staircases. These internal passages range from simple concealed doorways behind tapestries to elaborate mechanisms requiring specific actions to reveal themselves. The passage behind the mirror on the 4th floor was once among the most useful internal shortcuts until part of it collapsed, making it impassable beyond a certain point. Before this unfortunate event, it provided enough space for several students to gather comfortably, a secret meeting place for study groups or mischief planners through the centuries. Some passageways respond only to specific houses. Near the Hufflepuff common room, barrels in a nondescript corridor conceal an entrance that opens only when tapped in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. Any mistake results in the intruder being doused with vinegar. This security measure reflects Hufflepuff's clever but good-natured approach to protecting her students' privacy. The founders themselves likely created many of these original passageways, but over the centuries, headmasters and headmistresses have added their own contributions to the castle's secret infrastructure. Headmaster Everard in the 15th century was known for his paranoia about potential attacks on the school and created several escape routes that could evacuate students quickly if needed. Most of these passages were documented in the headmaster's private records, but some may remain forgotten, waiting to be rediscovered by a curious explorer. Not all hidden passages at Hogwarts are physical spaces. The concept extends to magical shortcuts as well, like the Room of Requirement on the 7th floor, which appears only when someone walks past its location 3 times while concentrating on what they need. This remarkable space can transform into almost anything the seeker requires, from a toilet to a vast training area for defense against the dark arts practice. In times of war and danger, knowledge of these hidden routes has proven crucial. During the Battle of Hogwarts, a passage connecting the Room of Requirement to the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade became a vital lifeline, allowing reinforcements to enter the castle and younger students to evacuate safely. This particular passage had not appeared on the Marauders' map, suggesting it may have been created by the castle itself in response to the students' desperate need. A reminder that Hogwarts itself seems to possess a certain sentience and protective nature toward those who dwell within its walls. The castle's passageways have witnessed countless moments of both triumph and tragedy. Consider the Fat Friar, Hufflepuff's jovial ghost, who is said to have discovered a passage to the kitchens during his lifetime as a monk at Hogwarts, using it to smuggle food to hungry villagers during a harsh winter, an act of charity that embodies his house's values. Or the tragic tale of Elizabeth Burke, a 16th century student who, according to legend, became lost in a previously unknown passage during a game of hide-and-seek, her fate remaining a mystery until her ghostly form was discovered, wandering the dungeons decades later. Not all who seek Hogwarts' hidden paths do so with innocent intentions. In 1792, the infamous dark wizard Caractacus Burke, no relation to Elizabeth, attempted to infiltrate the school through a forgotten tunnel beneath the Forbidden Forest, seeking rare magical artifacts for his growing collection. Alert centaurs detected his presence and drove him back, after which then, Headmistress Dilys Derwent sealed the passage with powerful enchantments that reportedly cause anyone attempting to reopen it to be temporarily transformed into a flobberworm. The security of these passages has been of particular concern throughout Hogwarts history. During the first rise of Lord Voldemort, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore took special care to enhance the protective enchantments on known secret entrances, recognizing their potential vulnerability. Filch, the cantankerous caretaker, has made it his life's mission to discover and seal as many secret passages as possible. Though the castle seems to reveal new secrets faster than he can block them, some passages change or appear only under certain conditions. During the winter solstice, the corridor on the astronomy tower reportedly reveals an entrance to a small observatory, otherwise hidden throughout the year, designed to view a specific celestial alignment that occurs only on that night. Other passages are said to appear only during specific weather conditions. A narrow staircase that materializes in the east wing during thunderstorms, or a tunnel near the greenhouses that can only be accessed when snow covers the grounds. The secrets of these hidden inner routes have traditionally been passed down through generations of students, older siblings whispering knowledge to younger ones, friends sharing discoveries, house prefects ensuring that emergency escape routes are known to those who might need them. The Weasley twins famously memorized the Marauders' map before passing it to Harry Potter, demonstrating how this oral tradition combines with written records to preserve the castle's secrets. For teachers, the passageways present a complex challenge. While officially discouraged from using unauthorized routes, many professors are aware of at least some secret passages and may turn a blind eye to their use for harmless purposes. Professor McGonagall, with her extensive knowledge of the castle's architecture due to her transfiguration expertise, has been known to use lesser-known shortcuts when urgency demands it, appearing in corridors with a promptness that startles dawdling students. What makes Hogwarts' hidden passageways truly magical is not merely their concealment, but the way they seem to reflect the personality of the castle itself, sometimes helpful, occasionally mischievous, and always mysterious. Unlike the straightforward corridors of Muggle buildings, these passages embody the quintessentially wizarding understanding, that the shortest distance between 2 points is not necessarily a straight line, but rather whatever path magic makes possible. As you drift towards sleep, imagine discovering your own secret passage within Hogwarts' ancient walls, perhaps a doorway appearing in response to a particular need, or a corridor that seems to bend the very fabric of space to bring you exactly where you need to be. In a castle where staircases move and rooms change their location, is it so difficult to believe that the very passages between them might hold their own enchantments and secrets? And so we leave the hidden passageways of Hogwarts, their entrances fading back into tapestries and behind statues as our exploration concludes. What forgotten paths might still lie undiscovered within the castle's walls, and what lost treasures or dangers might they conceal for the next generation of curious explorers to uncover? Chapter 6. The Uses of a Revealer. In the soft glow of evening, when secrets seem to whisper from shadowed corners, let us turn our attention to a modest yet fascinating magical device, the Revealer. This unassuming tool, resembling a common eraser in appearance, holds the power to unveil that which is deliberately hidden, a perfect embodiment of the wizarding world's ongoing dance between concealment and discovery. Revealer, the name itself carries a certain weight, a promise of truth exposed and mysteries solved. While lacking the flash and power of a wand, or the complexity of a pensieve, this simple magical instrument has played an important role in magical society for centuries, particularly in matters of security, education, and occasional mischief. The earliest revealers date back to the 14th century, when the growing complexity of wizard correspondence created a need for verification of authenticity. Picture the workshops of medieval magical artificers, where the first revealers were crafted through a delicate process involving crushed scarab beetles, moonstone dust, and the sap of plants known for their properties of illumination and truth-finding. Early records from the workshops of Cordovan wizards described the careful enchantment process, which required precise timing with lunar phases to imbue the seemingly ordinary object with its remarkable capabilities. In its most common form, a revealer is used to make visible invisible ink or text hidden by concealment charms. When rubbed across seemingly blank parchment that contains hidden writing, a properly crafted revealer causes the hidden text to gradually appear, as though being drawn out from within the fibers of the paper itself. The process is often accompanied by a faint glow, and sometimes a gentle warming of the parchment, sensory indications of magic being countered by magic. The standard revealer is effective against most common concealment methods, particularly those practiced by students or used in everyday magical correspondence. More sophisticated hidden writing, however, may resist the revealer's efforts. This limitation has led to an ongoing magical arms race between increasingly complex concealment charms and more powerful revealing instruments, a perfect reflection of the perpetual contest between those who wish to hide information and those who seek to discover it. For students at Hogwarts, revealers are often purchased during trips to Diagon Alley as practical tools for academic purposes. Professors occasionally recommend them for certain subjects, particularly ancient runes or arithmancy, where historical texts may contain hidden layers of meaning or annotation. Imagine a diligent student in the Hogwarts library, revealer in hand, carefully examining an ancient manuscript and experiencing the quiet thrill of uncovering notes left by a scholar centuries before, academic breadcrumbs across time. Yet it would be naive to suggest that all students use revealers solely for their intended academic purposes. The temptation to uncover secrets is strong, particularly during the emotional and curious years of adolescence. Many a student has attempted to use a revealer on a classmate's diary or personal correspondence, usually with disappointing results. Clever witches and wizards typically protect their private writings with charms specific to their personal magical signature, rendering standard revealers ineffective against them. The more advanced versions of revealers, not typically available in shops like Flourish and Blots, are used by magical law enforcement and security specialists. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement employs specially enhanced revealers, that can detect and expose a wide range of magical concealments, including sophisticated embedded codes used by dark wizards to communicate covertly. During the first rise of Lord Voldemort, the Ministry developed what became known as RO-grade revealers, powerful tools capable of detecting even chameleon transfigurations and text hidden under multiple layers of concealment spells. These specialized instruments, which more closely resembled silver wands than erasers, were carefully controlled and issued only to trusted members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Consider how such advanced revealers might function. Gently passed over suspicious documents, they might emit different colored glows to indicate various types of concealment magic, or vibrate subtly when detecting particularly dark enchantments. In the hands of a skilled investigator, these enhanced revealers became extensions of their own magical senses, helping them literally read between the lines of intercepted communications. The development of magical techniques to resist revealers has a long and fascinating history of its own. The Black family, known for their secrecy and affinity for the dark arts, reportedly developed a special ink that would actually rearrange itself when touched by a revealer, forming misleading messages to fool those attempting to uncover their private correspondence. Similar methods were adopted by various pure-blood families who wished to maintain their privacy during periods of increased ministry surveillance. For businesses dealing in sensitive information, such as Gringotts Bank, specialized variations of revealer-resistant inks and parchments are standard practice. Contracts signed at Gringotts often include clauses written in ink visible only to the signatories and goblin officials, providing an additional layer of security for both client privacy and goblin business interests. The balance between concealment and revelation extends beyond written communication into broader magical applications. A fascinating variation of the revealer principle can be found in probity probes, those thin golden instruments used by security personnel to detect concealment charms and hidden magical objects. While operating on similar magical principles to revealers, these devices extend the concept from written concealment to physical hiding and disguise. For magical researchers and creators of enchanted objects, understanding the magical mechanics behind revealers is essential knowledge. Many protective charms and security measures are designed specifically with revealers in mind, incorporating countermeasures that prevent standard revealing techniques from compromising their security. This has led to increasingly sophisticated methods on both sides of the concealment equation. The interplay between hiding and revealing magic found perhaps its most famous application in the creation of the Marauder's Map. This extraordinary magical document appears as blank parchment until activated with the specific phrase, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," a concealment that no standard revealer could penetrate. The map's creators deliberately designed their concealment charm to resist even advanced revealing techniques, ensuring their creation remained secret from teachers and rivals alike. Imagine Fred and George Weasley's initial attempts to discover the map's secrets when they first acquired it from Filch's office. Undoubtedly, they would have tried a revealer among their first approaches, only to find the standard tool ineffective against the Marauder's sophisticated charm work. This resistance to conventional revealing methods is itself a clue to the map's exceptional magical nature. Ordinary concealments yield to ordinary revealers, but extraordinary secrets require extraordinary measures to unveil them. The limitations of revealers highlight an important principle in magical theory. True concealment is not merely about making something invisible, but about changing the magical nature of how information is stored and accessed. The most powerful hidden writings in the wizarding world are not simply invisible ink, but text that exists in a state of magical potential, becoming readable only under specific conditions or to specific individuals. In the educational setting of Hogwarts, this principle is sometimes demonstrated to advanced students of charms or defense against the dark arts. Professor Flitwick has been known to create elaborate concealment puzzles for his new students, challenging them to discover hidden information using increasingly sophisticated revealing techniques. Exercises that teach not just the mechanics of specific charms, but the fundamental magical principles underlying concealment and discovery. For ordinary witches and wizards, standard revealers remain practical tools for everyday use. Parents might use them to verify the authenticity of official communications from Hogwarts or the Ministry. Shopkeepers employ them to check for hidden marks on currency or goods. Researchers rely on them to ensure they aren't missing vital information in historical texts or technical documents. The humble revealer serves as a reminder that magic often works most effectively not through grand, flashy displays of power, but through subtle interactions between opposed magical intentions. The concealer and the revealer engage in a delicate magical dialogue across time and space, one seeking to hide, the other to discover, each responding to the magical approach of the other. This balance extends beyond the technical aspects of magical devices into philosophical questions that have occupied wizard philosophers for centuries. What is the nature of hidden knowledge? Is there truth that is meant to remain concealed, or does all concealment eventually yield to determined effort? These questions echo through magical education and research, finding practical expression in tools as simple as the revealer. As our exploration of this modest magical instrument draws to a close, consider your own encounters with hidden information and the tools, magical or mundane, that you use to uncover what others wish to conceal. In a world increasingly filled with both secrets and means of exposure, what balance do we strike between the right to privacy and the value of transparency? The soft glow of our fire casts dancing shadows on the walls, themselves a kind of concealment and revelation working in harmony. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you'll wonder what hidden truths might be revealed if we had the right magical tool to uncover them, and which secrets are best left veiled in the gentle obscurity of the unknown. Chapter 7. The formation of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. As shadows lengthen and the evening deepens into the quietude of night, let us turn our thoughts to the foundations of order in the wizarding world, the establishment of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Like a vigilant sentinel standing watch over magical society, this institution has shaped and protected the wizarding community through centuries of change, challenge, and occasional darkness. Long before the Ministry of Magic existed in its current form, magical law enforcement was a patchwork affair, inconsistent and often ineffective. In medieval magical Britain, local wizard councils handled disputes and magical crimes within their territories, leading to widely varying standards of justice and security. A hex considered a serious offense in one region might be dismissed with a warning in another, creating confusion and occasional conflict between different magical communities. The earliest organized magical law enforcement can be traced to the Wizards' Council, the predecessor to the modern Ministry of Magic. Formed in the 14th century, the council recognized the need for consistent application of magical law across Britain. Picture, if you will, the first meeting of these earnest witches and wizards, gathering in a chamber protected by concealment charms, debating passionately about how best to govern a community with extraordinary powers while remaining hidden from Muggle society. The turning point came in 1612, following the particularly chaotic Goblin Rebellion, in which magical law enforcement proved woefully inadequate. The streets of wizard villages had seen unprecedented violence, artifacts of great power had fallen into dangerous hands, and the veil of secrecy separating the magical world from Muggles had nearly been breached multiple times. In the rebellion's aftermath, Chief Warlock Eldritch Diggory called for a complete reformation of magical security structures. Diggory, a visionary reformer whose portrait now hangs in the Ministry's main atrium, proposed the establishment of a dedicated department with trained personnel, standardized procedures, and clear jurisdiction over all magical crimes and security threats in Britain. His famous speech to the Wizards' Council, delivered in the Great Hall of Linford Castle, outlined what would become the foundational principles of magical law enforcement. We can no longer afford the luxury of disunity in matters of magical security. Our power demands our responsibility. Our secrecy requires our vigilance. Let us establish not merely guards against danger, but guardians of peace, witches and wizards dedicated to the proposition that magic must serve justice, not threaten it. The initial department, formally established in 1613, was modest by modern standards, 15 witches and wizards working from a converted townhouse in London. These first magical law enforcement officers, then called Watchers, wore distinctive silver amulets that served both as badges of office and as magical devices, allowing them to detect certain dark magic and communicate with one another across distances. Imagine these early officers patrolling magical communities by night, their wands at the ready, amulets gleaming softly in the moonlight as they established a new era of magical security. Their responsibilities included investigating improper use of magic, mediating disputes between magical beings, and ensuring the international statute of secrecy was upheld in their territories. The department's first major test came in 1637, when a group of dark wizards known as the Shrouded Covenant began systematically targeting prominent wizarding families with ancient curse objects. The ensuing investigation marked the first large-scale coordinated magical law enforcement operation spanning multiple counties and requiring sophisticated tracking and containment spells. The successful resolution of this crisis, with all perpetrators captured and sentenced to Azkaban, established the department's reputation for effectiveness and helped secure increased funding and authority. The transition from the Wizards' Council to the Ministry of Magic in 1707 brought significant expansion to the department. Under the new ministry structure, the renamed Department of Magical Law Enforcement became the largest and most powerful of all departments, reflecting the priority placed on security and stability in the post-Statute of Secrecy era. During this reorganization, specialized divisions began to emerge within the department. The Auror Office, perhaps the most famous branch, was formally established in 1713 to deal specifically with dark wizards and the most serious magical crimes. Entry standards were exceptionally high from the beginning. Only witches and wizards who had achieved outstanding EWT results and who demonstrated exceptional character, magical ability, and psychological resilience were considered. The first head Auror, Theseus Greengrass, established the rigorous 3-year training program that continues in modified form to this day. Auror trainees underwent intensive instruction in concealment and disguise, stealth and tracking, and advanced defensive magic. The attrition rate was high. From the first class of 20 trainees, only 7 completed the program, setting a precedent for the elite nature of the office. Picture the training facilities of those early years, converted warehouses with magically generated environments for practical exercises, libraries of confiscated dark magic texts for identification training, and enchanted training dummies that could simulate the unpredictable attacks of dark wizards. The training was intentionally demanding, designed to ensure that only those truly capable of facing the darkest threats would join the ranks of Aurors. As the 18th century progressed, additional specialized units formed within the department. The Magical Law Enforcement Squad, established in 1749, handled everyday magical law violations and provided support for Auror operations when necessary. The Improper Use of Magic Office, founded in 1759, took responsibility for addressing minor breaches of magical law, particularly those involving underage magic or muggle exposure risks. The department's growth reflected changing threats and societal needs. The Werewolf Capture Unit, established following a series of tragic incidents in the 1760s, later evolved into the more compassionate werewolf support services as understanding of lycanthropy improved. This evolution exemplifies how the department has, at its best, balanced security concerns with evolving magical ethics. One of the most significant developments in the department's history came with the formal codification of wizarding law in the Great Magical Codex of 1827. Before this, magical law enforcement had operated under a combination of traditional precedents, Wizengamot rulings, and ministry decrees, a system that sometimes led to inconsistent application of justice. The Codex, developed under the leadership of Minister for Magic Josephina Flint and Head of Magical Law Enforcement Arcturus Black, established clear categories of magical offenses. For the first time, there was a comprehensive written standard, for what constituted a magical crime and how it should be addressed, from minor infractions like unauthorized shrinking charms to unforgivable curses warranting lifetime imprisonment. The introduction of standardized magical law gave the department greater legitimacy and clearer purpose. Enforcement officers no longer needed to rely solely on personal judgment or local traditions when determining how to respond to magical infractions. The Codex has been updated numerous times since its creation, but its core principles continue to guide magical law enforcement to this day. The department's headquarters evolved alongside its expanding responsibilities. From its humble beginnings in that London townhouse, it moved to increasingly secure and sophisticated facilities. The current headquarters, established in the 1890s as part of the underground ministry complex, features enchanted security doors, specialized containment cells for magical criminals awaiting trial, and the central dispatch office, where magical law enforcement communications are coordinated throughout Britain. Standing at the heart of this complex is the Aura Command Center, a circular chamber where magical maps display active investigations, enchanted identification files update themselves automatically, and duty officers monitor for signs of dark magic across the country. The walls are lined with portraits of fallen aurors, a solemn reminder of the risks taken by those who stand against the darkest threats to magical society. The department's history has not been without controversy. The increased powers granted during times of crisis, such as during Grindelwald's rise to power in the 1930s and 1940s, raised concerns about potential overreach and abuse of authority. The use of Veritaserum in interrogations, the authorization of unforgivable curses by aurors during the First Wizarding War, and the sometimes overzealous pursuit of suspected Death Eaters following Voldemort's first fall have all prompted important debates about the balance between security and civil liberties in the wizarding world. Perhaps most notorious was the tenure of Bartemius Crouch Sr. as head of the department during the height of the First Wizarding War. His authorization of extreme measures, including permitting aurors to use unforgivable curses against suspected Death Eaters and approving imprisonment without trial for some suspects, remains controversial decades later. While some credit his harsh policies with helping end the First War, others view this period as a cautionary tale about the dangers of sacrificing principles in the name of security. By contrast, the leadership of Amelia Bones in the years before the Second Wizarding War exemplified the highest ideals of magical law enforcement. Known for her unwavering integrity and commitment to fair application of magical law, Bones maintained the department's effectiveness while refusing to compromise its ethical standards, even under political pressure. Her tragic assassination by Voldemort himself underscored the personal courage required of those who uphold magical law during the darkest times. The department's darkest hour came during Voldemort's infiltration of the Ministry, when the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was corrupted into an instrument of persecution against Muggleborns and other targets of the Death Eater regime. Many loyal department employees were forced into hiding or compliance, while others continued to resist from within, often at great personal risk. This period serves as a sobering reminder that institutions of justice require constant vigilance against corruption and subversion. The post-war Reformation under Minister Shacklebolt brought significant changes to the department. New safeguards against corruption were implemented, training protocols were updated to emphasize ethical decision-making alongside magical skill, and greater diversity was encouraged among recruits. These reforms sought to strengthen the department against future threats while addressing the institutional vulnerabilities exposed during Voldemort's rise. For ordinary witches and wizards, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement represents both protection and authority, the guarantee that dangerous magic will be contained and magical disputes resolved fairly, but also the enforcement mechanism behind the many regulations governing magical life. This dual nature makes the department a complex presence in wizarding society, respected for its protective role, but sometimes resented for its regulatory one. Consider the typical interactions between citizens and the department. the Hogsmeade shopkeeper, grateful for magical law enforcement squad officers who respond quickly to a break-in attempt. The teenage witch annoyed at receiving a warning from the improper use of magic office. The wizard traveler reassured by the presence of Aurors, providing security at an international magical gathering. As our exploration of this vital institution draws to a close, consider how the Department of Magical Law Enforcement reflects the values and concerns of the society it serves. In its evolution from scattered local enforcers to a sophisticated, specialized department, we see the wizarding world's growing recognition of both the power and responsibility that comes with magic. The warm glow of our fire casts long shadows across the room as we contemplate these guardians of magical order. What does it tell us about a society that it devotes its greatest resources and some of its most talented members to maintaining safety and justice? And how might the department continue to evolve as the wizarding world faces new challenges in an ever-changing magical landscape? Chapter 8. The Bullying Nature of Dudley Dursley. As night deepens and thoughts turn inward, let us explore a character whose journey reflects the complex nature of cruelty and its origins. Dudley Dursley, the cousin of Harry Potter. Behind the simple facade of a schoolyard bully lies a story of parental indulgence, fear of difference, and ultimately, the possibility of growth and change that exists within even the most unlikely souls. Dudley Dursley was born to Vernon and Petunia Dursley of number 4, Privet Drive, a household where normality was prized above all else, and where differences were not merely discouraged but actively suppressed. From his earliest days, Dudley was the center of his parents' universe, showered with affection, presence, and perhaps most damagingly, an absence of boundaries or consequences for his actions. Picture the nursery of infant Dudley, filled with toys that would go unappreciated, clothes that would be outgrown before they were worn, and two parents who interpreted every cry as a sign of need, rather than the normal expressions of a developing child. This environment of excessive indulgence laid the foundation for the sense of entitlement that would characterize Dudley's early years and fuel his bullying behavior. By the time Harry Potter arrived at the Dursley household, an unwanted addition after the tragic death of his parents, the pattern was already established. Dudley had learned that his desires were paramount, that his parents would defend his actions regardless of their nature, and that the easiest way to garner attention and approval was through increasingly dramatic displays of emotion. The contrast between the two boys' treatment could not have been more stark. While Harry was relegated to a cupboard beneath the stairs, given cast-off clothes, and assigned chores beyond his years, Dudley occupied 2 bedrooms, received 40 birthday presents, and was spared any responsibility that might have developed his character in healthier directions. This disparity taught Dudley a dangerous lesson. Some people simply mattered less than others. It was a short step from this belief to the active mistreatment of those deemed less important, beginning with his cousin and extending to children at school who lacked his physical advantages or parental protection. Dudley's bullying manifested early and evolved as he grew. The young Dudley engaged in direct physical intimidation, pushing, hitting, and the childhood game he called Harry hunting, in which he and his friends would chase his cousin with the express intention of physical harm. This straightforward aggression reflected the simplicity of childhood cruelty, untempered by the subtlety that sometimes develops with age. At Smeltings, the boarding school chosen by Vernon Dursley for its traditional approach, complete with smelting sticks used to hit other boys when teachers weren't looking, Dudley's tendencies were not corrected but rather channeled into more acceptable forms of aggression. Boxing became a sanctioned outlet for his physical intimidation of others, providing a veneer of respectability to his continued use of physical dominance. The formation of Dudley's gang represented another evolution in his bullying behavior. No longer acting alone, Dudley gathered around him boys with similar inclinations, Piers Polkiss, Dennis, Malcolm, and Gordon, creating a power structure in which his position as leader was maintained through increasingly extreme actions against vulnerable targets. The social dynamics of this group rewarded cruelty and punished compassion, reinforcing Dudley's worst impulses through peer validation. Consider the psychology behind Dudley's behavior. Behind the confident facade typical of bullies often lies insecurity, a fear that without external displays of power, one might be revealed as unworthy or insignificant. For Dudley, whose parents had inadvertently communicated that love was conditional upon being exceptional, this fear may have been particularly acute. Each act of bullying temporarily assuaged this anxiety, creating a cycle that became increasingly difficult to break. The victims of Dudley's bullying extended beyond his cousin. Young children in the neighborhood learned to avoid him and his gang. Smaller students at school would give up their lunch money at the mere sight of his approaching figure. Even adults sometimes modified their behavior to avoid provoking his tantrums, further reinforcing his sense that intimidation achieved results. The methods of Dudley's bullying demonstrated a crude but effective understanding of how to exert power over others. Physical intimidation formed the foundation. His size, cultivated through overeating and later supplemented by boxing training, made him a genuinely threatening presence to children his age or younger. This physical advantage was complemented by verbal taunting calculated to identify and exploit the insecurities of his targets. Perhaps most insidiously, Dudley employed social isolation as a weapon. By establishing his dominance among his peer group, he ensured that befriending his victims, particularly Harry, would result in similar treatment. This social enforcement expanded his power beyond his immediate presence, creating an environment where victims remained isolated even when he wasn't physically present. The adults in Dudley's life largely enabled his behavior through various forms of denial. Vernon and Petunia interpreted his aggression as the natural high spirits of a growing boy, more perniciously, as justified responses to provocation. School officials, faced with Vernon Dursley's blustering defenses of his son, and perhaps unwilling to confront the difficulties of addressing entrenched bullying behavior, appeared to have taken the path of least resistance. This collective failure of adult responsibility allowed Dudley's behavior to continue unchecked through most of his formative years. Without intervention to help him develop empathy or understand the consequences of his actions, Dudley remained trapped in patterns established in early childhood, even as he grew physically into a young man. The turning point in Dudley's development came from an unexpected source: his encounter with Dementors in the alleyway near Privet Drive. When faced with these creatures that forced him to confront the emptiness within himself, Dudley experienced something beyond his understanding, a reflection of his own spiritual poverty and the hollow nature of the identity he had constructed. In that moment of magical intervention, Dudley was confronted with the accumulated weight of his actions and the essential emptiness of a life defined by cruelty and consumption, rather than compassion or meaningful connection. The experience left him physically ill and, more significantly, psychologically shaken in ways that would ultimately prove transformative. The aftermath of this encounter revealed the first significant crack in Dudley's established persona. His awkward but genuine attempt to express gratitude to Harry for saving him from the Dementors, leaving a cup of tea outside Harry's bedroom door, signaled a dawning awareness that his relationship with his cousin might be more complex than the simple tormentor-victim dynamic he had long maintained. This small gesture, this cup of cooling tea left without explanation, represented something profound: the first independent moral action in Dudley's life, undertaken without expectation of reward from his parents or validation from his friends. It was a tentative step toward a different way of being, a recognition that his previous understanding of the world might have been fundamentally flawed. The full extent of Dudley's transformation became apparent during the family's forced departure from Privet Drive for their own safety. His concern about Harry not accompanying them, and his explicit statement, "I don't think you're a waste of space," revealed how far his thinking had evolved from the unquestioning cruelty of his earlier years. In that awkward farewell, we glimpse a young man struggling to articulate a change he himself may not fully comprehend. The emergence of empathy and the recognition of his cousin's humanity What makes Dudley's story particularly compelling is that his change was neither immediate nor complete. Unlike fictional accounts where bullies experience sudden and total transformations of character, Dudley's evolution was gradual and realistically inconsistent. The ingrained habits of years do not disappear in an instant, even when their foundation has been shaken. According to later accounts, adult Dudley maintained occasional contact with Harry after the war, their families meeting for awkward visits that nevertheless represented a reconciliation few would have thought possible during their childhood years. This ongoing relationship suggests that Dudley's change was not merely a momentary deviation, but the beginning of a new direction in his life. The story of Dudley Dursley offers a nuanced perspective on the nature of bullying and the possibilities for change. It recognizes the environmental factors that contribute to such behavior: parental indulgence, lack of appropriate boundaries, and the absence of consequences, while still acknowledging the potential for individual growth and moral development, even in seemingly unlikely candidates. For those who have experienced bullying, Dudley's story offers neither easy forgiveness nor the satisfaction of poetic justice. Instead, it presents something more complex and perhaps more valuable: the recognition that those who harm others are themselves shaped by forces they did not choose, even as they remain responsible for their actions and their consequences. For those who have engaged in bullying behavior, Dudley's journey suggests the possibility of a different path, not through dramatic gestures or immediate transformation, but through small acts of decency that gradually reshape one's relationship with others and ultimately with oneself. As our fire burns low and shadows gather close, consider the unlikely redemption of Dudley Dursley, a boy raised to believe in his inherent superiority, who discovered through magical intervention the emptiness of such beliefs. What might we learn from his journey about the nature of cruelty, the possibility of change, and the small acts of humanity that can begin to heal even the deepest divisions between us? Chapter 9. The Development of Flying Carpets. As the evening grows deeper and the world outside fades into comfortable darkness, let us drift eastward in our imaginations to lands of ancient magic and innovation, where the story of flying carpets first began to unfold. These remarkable magical artifacts, combining practical transportation with artisanal beauty, represent one of the most elegant solutions to magical travel ever devised. Unlike broomsticks, which emerged from Western European magical traditions, flying carpets have their origins in the ancient magical civilizations of the Middle East and Central Asia. Archaeological evidence suggests that the earliest flying carpets date back to the 3rd century BCE in the region that would later become Persia. Magical historians have discovered fragments of enchanted rugs and tombs near the ancient city of Persepolis, their fibers still faintly humming with the remnants of levitation charms thousands of years after their creation. The earliest flying carpets were likely created not for transportation but for more practical domestic purposes, magically elevating important guests during ceremonial occasions, or providing elevated sleeping platforms to escape the heat and pests of the ground. These primitive enchanted rugs could rise only a few feet and supported minimal weight, but they established the fundamental magical principles that would eventually lead to true flying carpets. Imagine the workshop of an ancient Persian wizard weaver, carefully incorporating specific patterns into the warp and weft of a rug, not merely for aesthetic purposes, but as the physical framework for complex layered enchantments. Each knot in these early carpets served a dual purpose, contributing to the visible design while simultaneously anchoring invisible spells that would allow the finished creation to defy gravity. The transformation of these hovering rugs into genuine transportation devices occurred gradually over centuries, with significant advancements emerging during the golden age of the Silk Road. As magical communities along this vast trade network exchanged knowledge and techniques, carpets gained stability, speed, and range. Different regions developed distinctive styles, both in their visible artistry and in their underlying magical construction. By the 9th century CE, the first true flying carpet workshops had been established in Baghdad, Damascus, and Samarkand. These specialized establishments combined the talents of master weavers, expert enchanters, and specialists in magical materials to create carpets capable of transporting multiple passengers over considerable distances. The profession of carpet pilot emerged during this period. Skilled wizards who specialized in guiding these sometimes temperamental magical conveyances through varied weather conditions and across different types of magical terrain. Consider the complex process of creating a quality flying carpet during this golden age. First, specially bred magical sheep provided wool that was naturally receptive to levitation charms. This wool was then hand-spun by wizards or witches who incorporated preliminary enchantments directly into the thread, whispering incantations with each turn of the spindle. Master dyers used potions rather than simple pigments to create colors that would not only please the eye, but would also respond appropriately to different atmospheric conditions, darkening to absorb heat when flying through cold upper air, or lightening to reflect sunlight during desert crossings. The actual weaving process could take months or even years, with the most elaborate models requiring the coordinated efforts of multiple magical artisans working in harmony. Throughout the weaving, spells would be layered into the growing carpet, stabilization charms in the border patterns, directional enchantments in the central medallion, weather-resistant spells woven into corner motifs. The resulting carpet represented not just a mode of transportation, but a genuine magical achievement, with hundreds of interconnected enchantments working in perfect synchrony. Flying carpets reached their zenith during the 12th to 15th centuries, the period now referred to as the Aerial Renaissance by magical historians. During this time, carpets capable of carrying up to 20 passengers were created for wealthy merchants and nobility. These luxury models featured sophisticated comfort charms, protection from the elements, and occasionally, limited invisibility capabilities for discretion during flight. The most famous flying carpet from this period was undoubtedly the legendary Azure Wind, created by the wizard weaver Farid al-Hazred for Caliph Abdul Rahman in 1258. This masterpiece, measuring 12 by 20 feet and woven with silk threads soaked in phoenix tears, reportedly could travel from Baghdad to Cairo in a single night and changed its pattern depending on the phase of the moon. Contemporary accounts describe it as swift as thought and gentle as a mother's embrace, setting the standard against which all subsequent carpets would be measured. The introduction of flying carpets to Europe occurred primarily through magical communities in Spain and Sicily, where Eastern and Western magical traditions often intermingled. European wizards, long accustomed to broomsticks as their primary means of magical transportation, initially viewed carpets with skepticism, considering them extravagant and impractical compared to the simplicity of enchanted wooden handles. However, certain advantages of carpets quickly became apparent, particularly for family travel. While broomsticks excelled at maneuverability and speed, they remained fundamentally uncomfortable for long journeys and nearly impossible for transporting children or goods. Carpets, by contrast, offered stable platforms that could accommodate entire families along with their belongings, making them ideal for extended trips or permanent relocations. By the 17th century, European magical manufacturers had begun producing their own versions of flying carpets, though these generally lacked the sophistication and artistic merit of their Eastern counterparts. The German wizard Albrecht Dürerflug established the first European carpet workshop in Bavaria in 1623, creating sturdy but somewhat inelegant flying rugs that emphasized durability over aesthetics. His workshop's motto, "Solid in air as on ground," reflected the practical German approach to carpet enchantment. The British Ministry of Magic first addressed flying carpets in the Transportation Regulations of 1659, classifying them as enchanted vehicles subject to altitude restrictions and Muggle sighting prevention requirements. These early regulations allowed for domestic carpet use, but established strict guidelines for appropriate flying zones and times. Unlike many magical items, carpets proved particularly challenging to conceal from Muggle observation due to their size and the inherent difficulty of disguising multiple people seemingly floating through the air. The golden age of British carpet travel came during the Victorian era, when increased contact with the magical communities of India and the Middle East during the expansion of the British Empire, led to renewed interest in carpet technology. Affluent wizarding families considered imported flying carpets essential status symbols, and weekend carpet excursions became popular social activities among the magical upper classes. Lady Marchbank's popular 1879 etiquette guide, Proper Conduct for the Modern Witch, dedicated an entire chapter to carpet etiquette, including such essential advice as, a lady should always sit with her wand hand-free in case of directional adjustments, while gentlemen must never disembark before female passengers unless facing immediate magical peril. The beginning of the end for widespread carpet use in Britain and much of Europe came with the International Confederation of Wizards' increasingly strict interpretations of the International Statute of Secrecy in the early 20th century. As Muggle aviation developed and the skies became more crowded with non-magical observers, the risks associated with carpet flight grew substantially. The British Ministry's 1907 ban on flying carpets as registered transportation devices effectively relegated them to the status of interesting curiosities and collector's items within British wizarding society. This ban, however, did not extend to the wider magical world. In many countries, particularly across the Middle East, North Africa, and Asia, flying carpets remain the preferred method of magical transportation to this day. The carpet-making centers of Isfahan, Marrakech, and Kashmir continue to produce outstanding flying carpets, ranging from practical one-person courier carpets to elaborate family models capable of transcontinental voyages. The modern flying carpet industry has embraced certain technological innovations while maintaining traditional craftsmanship. Contemporary carpets often incorporate weather-repelling charms derived from broomstick technology, stability enchantments inspired by recent developments in magical architecture, and navigation systems that can interface with wizarding wireless networks to receive updated information about air currents and restricted flying zones. For those fortunate enough to experience carpet travel, the sensation differs markedly from broomstick flight, where brooms offer an immediate and sometimes jarring response to the rider's commands. Carpets provide a gentler, more gradual experience. The feeling is often described as floating rather than flying, with the carpet seeming to cushion its passengers from the roughness of air travel through multiple layers of comfort and stability enchantments. The sensory experience of carpet flight has a distinctive character, the soft hum of active levitation charms beneath one's legs, the gentle undulation of the carpet as it adjusts to air currents, the unique perspective of watching landscapes unfold below, while seated comfortably, rather than perched precariously. Many wizarding travel writers have commented that carpet travel allows for a more contemplative experience of flying, permitting passengers to truly appreciate the journey, rather than focusing merely on the destination. Despite their practical ban in Britain, flying carpets maintain a romantic place in the British wizarding imagination. Children's stories like The Carpet Merchant of Cairo and Cassandra's Magical Carpet Ride remain popular bedtime reading, and more than one British wizard has been caught attempting to circumvent regulations by registering suspiciously carpet-shaped objects as animated floor coverings or hovering picnic blankets. The theoretical principles behind flying carpet enchantment continue to be taught at Hogwarts, primarily in advanced charms classes, where they serve as excellent examples of layered spell construction and cross-cultural magical development. Professor Flitwick has been known to occasionally demonstrate a small flying prayer rug, technically exempt from transportation regulations due to its size and limited weight capacity, to illustrate particularly complex principles of magical lift and directional enchantment. For those British wizards who travel internationally, the experience of carpet transportation in other countries often comes as a revelation. The carpet hire services available in magical districts from Istanbul to Jaipur offer tourists the opportunity to experience this ancient form of magical travel, though often with modern safety features such as unbreakable binding charms to prevent unfortunate mid-air dismounts by inexperienced passengers. The future of flying carpets remains uncertain in the British context. Periodically, proposals emerge to reconsider the ban, particularly from wizarding families with international connections who have experienced the comfort and practicality of carpet travel abroad. The counter-argument inevitably returns to Muggle visibility concerns, with the Department of Magical Transportation regularly issuing statements emphasizing the unacceptable security risks posed by an increase in large, fabric-based transportation methods in increasingly monitored airspace. Some innovative British carpet enthusiasts have explored workarounds that might eventually lead to a resurgence in carpet usage. Experimental enhancements like disillusionment integration, weaving disillusionment charms directly into the carpet pattern, and developments in selective Muggle-repelling enchantments show promise for eventually addressing the primary concerns behind the ban. As our exploration of flying carpets draws to a close, consider the rich tapestry of magical innovation, cultural exchange, and practical adaptation that these remarkable creations represent. From their humble beginnings as hovering rugs in ancient Persian households to their sophisticated modern incarnations capable of intercontinental travel, flying carpets remind us that magical transportation can be not merely functional but beautiful, combining artistry and enchantment in perfect harmony. The gentle evening breeze outside our window seems to carry whispers of distant adventures, of desert crossings under star-filled skies and journeys across mountain ranges wrapped in clouds. What tales might these magical conveyances tell if they could speak of all they had witnessed through centuries of faithful service, carrying generations of wizards and witches through the endless skies? Chapter 10. The Trophy Room and its Accolades. As the evening grows deeper and the quiet of night settles around us, let us wander the halls of Hogwarts in our imagination, up staircases and through corridors, until we reach a special chamber on the 3rd floor, the Trophy Room, a place where achievements of the past are preserved in gleaming metal and polished wood, each object telling a story of triumph, dedication, and magical excellence. The Hogwarts Trophy Room has existed nearly as long as the school itself, though in its earliest incarnation, it was simply a small alcove near the Great Hall, where particularly notable magical achievements were commemorated. The current Trophy Room, with its impressive dimensions and elegant display cases, was established in the early 16th century during the headmastership of Elizabeth Villiers, who believed strongly that acknowledging excellence would inspire future generations of students to strive for greatness. Picture yourself entering this hallowed space. Tall windows allow daylight to stream across the polished floor during the day, while enchanted lanterns provide a warm, golden illumination after sunset. The walls are lined with glass-fronted cabinets and open shelves, and freestanding display cases occupy the center of the room. The air carries a distinct scent, a mixture of polish, old wood, and the faint metallic tang of silver, gold, and bronze that has been lovingly maintained through centuries. The trophies themselves range from massive silver cups awarded for house competitions to delicate golden medals recognizing individual achievement. Some bear names familiar from wizarding history books, while others commemorate students whose greatest accomplishments would come long after their Hogwarts years. Each represents a moment of excellence, a Quidditch final won in dramatic fashion, a Triwizard tournament completed against overwhelming odds, or academic brilliance that set new standards for future students. Among the oldest and most revered objects in the trophy room is the Founder's Merit Shield, a massive silver shield bearing the emblems of all 4 Hogwarts houses. Tradition holds that this shield was enchanted by the founders themselves to record the names of students who embodied the highest ideals of the school. The magic of the shield is selective and mysterious. Sometimes decades pass without a new name appearing, while in other periods, several names might be added in quick succession. To have one's name inscribed on the Founder's Shield is considered one of the greatest honors a Hogwarts student can receive. The Quidditch Cup naturally occupies a place of prominence within the trophy room. This silver cup, awarded annually to the house team that accumulates the most points during the Quidditch season, bears the names of winning teams dating back to 1637, when the modern inter-house Quidditch tournament was formally established. Close examination reveals fascinating patterns, periods of dominance by particular houses, family names that reappear across generations, and legendary teams whose exceptional records remained unbroken for centuries. The James Potter-captained Gryffindor team of the late 1970s is one such legendary lineup, having won the Cup 3 years in a row with record-breaking point margins. Their final year's victory, with over 700 points accumulated across their matches, remained the highest season total until the famous 1993 to 1994 Gryffindor team, captained by Oliver Wood and featuring Harry Potter as Seeker, finally surpassed it. Beyond team accomplishments, individual Quidditch achievements are also commemorated. Small golden plaques recognize outstanding contribution to House Quidditch, while specially designed medallions honor those selected for national youth teams or those who set school records. Charlie Weasley's name appears on a plaque listing exceptional Seekers, noting his remarkable record of catching the snitch in every match he played during his final 2 years at Hogwarts. Academic excellence finds equal recognition within the trophy room's displays. The Barnabas Finkley Prize for Exceptional Spellcasting, established in 1722, is represented by a delicate crystal wand mounted on a mahogany base. This prestigious award has been bestowed upon some of the most magically gifted students in Hogwarts history, including a young Albus Dumbledore, whose name is engraved alongside the notation, "Perfect practical execution," across all examined magical disciplines, an achievement that remained unmatched for nearly 2 centuries until Hermione Granger's exceptional performance. The Arithmancy Achievement Medal, a bronze disc inscribed with complex numerical sequences that subtly shift and recalculate themselves, honors those who have demonstrated extraordinary mathematical magical ability. Professor Vector, the current arithmancy teacher, often brings her advanced students to view this medal, pointing out how previous recipients have contributed to magical numerical theory in their later careers. Some trophies commemorate achievements in now discontinued school traditions. The elaborate Silver Goblin Debating Cup recalls a time when Hogwarts regularly hosted formal debates on goblin rights and wizard-goblin relations. The practice ended in the early 19th century following a particularly heated exchange that reportedly resulted in several students developing temporary pointed ears and an insatiable desire for gold. Special services to the school are recognized through awards for special services to the school, simple but elegant shields displayed on a dedicated wall. These awards often tell the most intriguing stories, as they frequently relate to instances where students took extraordinary action in times of crisis or need. Tom Riddle's Award, granted for allegedly catching the person responsible for opening the Chamber of Secrets, stands as a somber reminder that recognition is not always bestowed with complete knowledge of the truth. In stark contrast, the shield awarded to Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger following the Chamber of Secrets incident represents genuine heroism, though the official inscription tactfully omits specific mention of basilisks' possession or the entrance to the chamber itself, noting only exceptional courage and loyalty to fellow students. The Triwizard Tournament has its own dedicated section, though with significant gaps reflecting the long periods when the dangerous competition was discontinued. The Triwizard Cup itself is not kept in the trophy room. Each iteration of the cup remains with the winning school, but commemorative plaques record Hogwarts champions and their achievements. The most recent edition, a simple plaque reading "In memory of Cedric Diggory, Hogwarts champion," serves as a poignant reminder of the tournament's dangers. Not all commemorations in the trophy room are for students. A section dedicated to staff achievements includes the Order of Merlin medals awarded to various professors, plaques recognizing contributions to magical research, and a special wall honoring those who gave their lives in defense of the school during both Wizarding Wars. Professor Minerva McGonagall's name appears multiple times throughout this section, including recognition for her revolutionary work in human transfiguration theory and her leadership during the Battle of Hogwarts. Some of the most fascinating items in the trophy room are the smallest and least obvious. Tucked into corners or placed in less prominent positions are recognitions for unusual accomplishments. Wendelin Kowalski's Medal for Creative Application of Charms in Baked Goods, Leopold Nightshade's Certificate for Most Improved Student in Potions over a 7-year period, or Georgina Wimbledon's Curious Award for Successful Communication with the Giant Squid. These lesser accolades often provide the most authentic glimpses into daily life at Hogwarts throughout its history, celebrating not just extraordinary magical talent, but perseverance, creativity, and the unique ways students have engaged with their magical education. They remind viewers that excellence takes many forms, not all of them obvious or dramatic. Maintaining the trophy room has traditionally fallen to Hogwarts caretakers, who oversee its cleaning and preservation. For many years, serving detention by cleaning trophies without magic was a common punishment for minor infractions, a task that gave generations of misbehaving students intimate familiarity with the achievements of their predecessors. Many a young witch or wizard discovered unexpected family connections or developed new ambitions while grudgingly polishing silver cups during these disciplinary sessions. Argus Filch, the current caretaker, takes particular pride in the trophy room's condition, reportedly using a special polish of his own devising to maintain the gleam of even the oldest medal awards. Students having served trophy polishing detentions often remark on Filch's elaborate categorization of different polishing cloths and his detailed knowledge of when each trophy last received attention. Beyond its function as a repository of school history, the trophy room serves important social and pedagogical purposes within Hogwarts. New students often visit during their first weeks, seeking out the names of family members or famous witches and wizards they admire. These pilgrimages help connect them to the long tradition of magical education they have joined and sometimes inspire personal goals for their own Hogwarts careers. Professors may bring classes to the trophy room to illustrate particular historical periods or to demonstrate how magical theory has evolved over time. The practical applications of different magical disciplines are often evident in the achievements recognized, from the Transfiguration Cup, showing a goblet in mid-transformation, to the Herbology Merit Medal, incorporating preserved specimens of rare magical plants. The trophy room has witnessed its share of significant moments beyond the formal awarding of accolades. It has served as a meeting place for clandestine student gatherings, the venue for at least 17 marriage proposals among returning alumni according to school records, and occasionally as a refuge for students seeking a quiet place to contemplate their place in Hogwarts' long history. During the Battle of Hogwarts, the trophy room briefly became a strategic position, with members of Dumbledore's army using its elevated position and multiple entrances to cast defensive spells against Death Eaters attempting to gain control of the third floor. In the battle's aftermath, several trophies were found to have intercepted curses meant for students, the ancient medal absorbing dark magic in a final act of service to the school. In recent years, efforts have been made to ensure the trophy room better reflects the diverse achievements of all Hogwarts students. Display cases now include enhanced accessibility features with hovering informational cards that adjust to the reader's preferred language and height. A project to research and highlight previously overlooked accomplishments by students from marginalized backgrounds has added new context to the historical collection. As we conclude our exploration of this repository of achievement, consider how the trophy room embodies the values and history of Hogwarts itself. Like the school, it honors tradition while adapting to changing times. It celebrates excellence in its many forms: courage, intelligence, loyalty, and ambition, finding equal recognition within its walls. It preserves individual stories that together weave the larger narrative of magical education in Britain. The soft golden light of the trophy room seems to fade as our visit comes to an end, the gleaming cups and medals continuing their silent vigil through another night. What aspirations might stir in your heart if you walked among these testaments to achievement? And what unwritten stories of excellence are yet to unfold in the corridors of Hogwarts, waiting for their moment to be commemorated in silver, gold, and bronze for future generations to discover? Chapter 11. The Function of a Lunoscope. In the gentle quiet of evening, When the real moon rises silver in the sky outside our window, let us turn our attention to one of the wizarding world's most elegant magical instruments, the Lunoscope. This sophisticated device, resembling a golden telescope mounted on a tripod of slender brass legs, allows witches and wizards to observe the moon's phases and positions with remarkable precision, regardless of weather conditions, time of day, or even their physical location. The origin of the Lunoscope dates back to the early 15th century, during a period when magical astronomy was experiencing a renaissance of innovation. Prior to this time, wizarding astronomers relied on the same tools as their Muggle counterparts: telescopes, astrolabes, and careful observation notebooks, supplemented only by basic enchantments to improve vision clarity or recording accuracy. The breakthrough came in 1426, when the brilliant but eccentric witch Celine Lovegood, an ancestor of the more recent Lovegood family, became frustrated with cloud cover, constantly interrupting her lunar observations. Having devoted her life to studying the magical properties of moonlight and its effects on various potions and enchantments, these interruptions represented more than mere inconvenience. They threatened the integrity of her research. Determined to solve this problem, Celine spent 3 years developing an instrument that could perceive the moon regardless of physical obstructions. Her creation combined elements of traditional astronomical tools with innovative charm work and a core of moonstone that had been charged through exposure to 12 consecutive full moons. According to her journals, the final enchantment required performing a complex wand movement while standing in direct moonlight at the precise moment of lunar eclipse, timing that required her to wait nearly 6 months for optimal conditions. The result was the first true Lunoscope, a device capable of showing the exact position and phase of the moon at any given moment. Unlike ordinary telescopes that simply magnify distant objects, the Lunoscope actually creates a precise magical projection of the moon as it currently exists, unaffected by clouds, daylight, or even being indoors. Picture the workshop where this remarkable instrument was first created, a circular tower room with windows facing in all 4 cardinal directions, workbenches covered with astronomical charts, brass components in various stages of completion, and crystals arranged to capture and store moonlight. In this space, Celine would have worked meticulously, combining physical craftsmanship with precise spellwork, testing and refining her creation until it accurately reflected the moon's true state at all times. The design of the Lunoscope has remained remarkably consistent since Celine's original prototype. The main body typically consists of a brass or gold cylinder, approximately 12 inches in length, engraved with astronomical symbols and runic notations. The eyepiece end contains a specialized lens crafted from crystal grown in moonlight, while the opposite end houses the moonstone core within a chamber that often resembles a miniature lunar surface, complete with tiny craters and maria. When one looks through a Lunoscope, the experience differs dramatically from using a conventional telescope. Rather than seeing a distant object magnified, the viewer observes a perfect miniature moon suspended in what appears to be an infinite dark space. This projection shows the moon exactly as it currently exists, displaying its precise phase and position relative to the Earth, even if the actual moon is on the opposite side of the planet or obscured by daylight. More sophisticated Lunoscopes include additional features that enhance their utility. Adjustment dials along the barrel allow the user to view the moon as it will appear at future dates and times, a feature particularly valuable for planning time-sensitive potion brewing or ritual work. Some models include specialized filters that reveal different magical properties, such as highlighting areas of strongest magical influence or showing how the moon's light would interact with specific magical substances. The academic applications of Lunoscopes at Hogwarts are numerous. In astronomy classes, they allow students to observe the moon regardless of Scotland's notoriously cloudy skies. Professor Sinistra has been known to use a particularly fine antique Lunoscope as a demonstration piece during lectures on lunar movements and their influence on magical theory. For potions classes, Accurate lunar phase information is essential when brewing many advanced concoctions. Professor Snape reportedly kept a small, unadorned lunoscope in his private stores, using it to determine the precise moment when moon-sensitive ingredients should be added to particularly complex brews. Its unassuming appearance belied its exceptional quality, a specialized model capable of showing lunar positions with accuracy down to the second. Perhaps the most poignant educational use of lunoscopes at Hogwarts involves defense against the dark arts. During his year teaching at the school, Professor Lupin kept a lunoscope hidden in his office drawer, not for academic purposes, but as a personal tool to monitor the approaching full moon that would trigger his lycanthropic transformation. One can imagine him checking it with increasing frequency as the lunar cycle progressed, watching the projected moon grow fuller and knowing what this meant for his condition. Beyond the walls of Hogwarts, lunoscopes serve valuable purposes throughout the wizarding world. Potion masters use them to determine optimal brewing times for lunar-influenced concoctions. Magical researchers studying nocturnal creatures reference them to understand behavioral patterns influenced by moon phases. Ritual magic practitioners consult them when timing ceremonies that draw power from specific lunar alignments. For werewolves, lunoscopes have particular significance, allowing them to track the approach of transformations with precision and prepare accordingly. Many werewolves develop close, almost personal relationships with their lunoscopes, these instruments becoming constant companions that help them navigate the challenging rhythm of their condition. The development of the Wolfsbane potion made this monitoring even more critical, as the potion must be taken at specific times relative to the full moon to achieve maximum effectiveness. The crafting of quality lunoscopes remains a specialized magical art. Unlike many magical objects that can be mass-produced once their enchantments are standardized, each lunoscope requires individual attention and calibration. The most crucial component, the moonstone core, must be personally attuned by the craftsperson through a series of charms performed under specific lunar conditions. The prestigious Astronomical Instruments Guild maintains strict standards for lunoscope creation, certifying only a handful of new craftspeople each decade. Their workshops typically occupy locations selected for magical lunar significance, mountaintops with unobstructed views of the night sky, ancient stone circles with historical connections to lunar observation, or locations where the boundaries between mundane and celestial magic are naturally thin. Famous lunoscope makers are known throughout the wizarding world for their distinctive styles and specialized innovations. Artemis Winterbourne's creations are renowned for their ornate beauty and exceptional clarity, often featuring moonstones sourced from specific magical deposits in the Carpathian Mountains. Thaddeus Oliphant's more utilitarian designs sacrifice aesthetic appeal for functional enhancements, including his patented lunar forecast feature that can predict optimal potion brewing times up to a year in advance. The market for antique lunoscopes is particularly robust among collectors of magical instruments. Specimens crafted by renowned makers or with documented historical significance can command extraordinary prices at auction. A lunoscope once owned by Nicholas Flamel, reportedly used in his alchemical research, sold for a record-breaking 40,000 galleons when it appeared at Borgin and Burke's in the late 1970s. Like many magical objects, lunoscopes can develop unique characteristics over time, especially when used consistently by the same witch or wizard. Long-term owners often report that their instruments become increasingly attuned to their specific needs, sometimes displaying relevant lunar information without adjustments, or occasionally glowing subtly as a reminder when significant lunar phases approach. There are fascinating cultural variations in lunoscope design and use across different wizarding communities. Japanese magical astronomers incorporate special jade elements that reveal how moonlight interacts with natural magical energy currents called Raim-yaku. West African wizards often design lunoscopes that display not only the moon's physical appearance, but also its position relative to significant stars in lunar stellar calendars used for agricultural magic. Despite the practical utility of lunoscopes, They have also inspired a rich tradition of folklore and superstition within wizarding culture. Some believe that a lunoscope viewed during a total lunar eclipse may briefly show glimpses of the future, while others claim that lunoscopes passed down through 7 generations of the same family developed the ability to reveal hidden truths about the viewer's destiny. While no empirical evidence supports these beliefs, they speak to the moon's enduring mystique in magical traditions. The limitations of lunoscopes are few but significant. They cannot reveal magical properties unique to natural moonlight, the subtle qualities that make actual moonlight necessary for certain rare potions or ancient rituals. This limitation has preserved the practice of nocturnal gathering of certain ingredients and the timing of particular magical workings according to actual lunar observation rather than instrumental reference. Another curious limitation was discovered by Newt Scamander during his research on moon calves. These shy creatures, which emerge from their burrows only during full moons to perform elaborate mating dances, show no reaction to the moon projection created by a lunoscope. This observation led to important theoretical work on the distinction between magical replications and natural phenomena, a field that continues to challenge magical researchers. As our exploration of the lunoscope draws to a close, consider how this elegant instrument embodies the wizarding approach to natural phenomena, not merely observing the world as it appears, but creating magical means to interact with it on deeper levels. The lunoscope represents neither a replacement for the actual moon nor a mere observational tool, but rather a bridge between the wizard and the celestial forces that have influenced magic since its earliest practitioners first raised their eyes to the night sky. The gentle silver glow of a lunoscope's projection seems somehow appropriate as our story concludes, its perfect miniature moon hanging in imagined space, constant, serene, and precisely as it should be. In a world where magic brings both wonder and complexity, such instruments remind us that understanding often begins with careful observation, whether of distant celestial bodies or the intricate patterns of magic itself. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you'll wonder what other natural phenomena might be captured and studied through specialized magical instruments. And what might we learn about both magic and nature by observing the subtle connections between earthly enchantments and the eternal movements of the celestial sphere? Chapter 12. The Establishment of Azkaban Prison. As night deepens and the fire burns low, casting long shadows across the room, let us turn to one of the darkest aspects of the wizarding world, the forbidding fortress that rises from the stormy waters of the North Sea, a place where hope withers and joy fades into memory. Azkaban Prison stands as both a monument to wizarding justice and a testament to the ethical complexities that have shaped magical society through the centuries. The island of Azkaban existed long before it became a prison. Ancient magical navigation charts suggest it was originally known as Azkaban, named for a powerful sorcerer who created the fortress that still stands at its center. This mysterious figure, about whom little is definitively known, was reportedly a practitioner of the darkest forms of magic, attracted to the island's natural magical properties and its remote location far from prying eyes. Imagine this lone figure arriving on the barren, rocky shores sometime in the early 15th century, drawing his cloak against the perpetual chill as he surveyed the windswept terrain. Over the following decades, using magic now lost to time, he constructed a fortress of black stone that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the meager light that reached the island. Within these walls, according to fragmentary historical accounts, he conducted experiments and rituals of such profound malevolence that they left an indelible magical imprint on the very stones of the structure. The wizard's ultimate fate remains uncertain. Some accounts suggest he perished in one of his own magical experiments, while others claim he was eventually driven to madness by isolation and the dark energies he had summoned. What is clear is that after his disappearance, the island remained uninhabited for nearly a century, its reputation for misfortune and malevolence keeping even the most curious magical explorers at bay. The transformation of Azkaban from abandoned dark wizard's lair to official prison began in the early 1600s, a period of significant transition in how the wizarding world addressed magical crime. Prior to this time, punishments for serious magical offenses varied widely, ranging from simple binding of a criminal's magic to more extreme measures such as memory modification, transfiguration into objects or creatures, or in the most severe cases, execution. The lack of a standardized approach to magical incarceration became increasingly problematic as the newly formed Ministry of Magic sought to establish consistent rule of law throughout wizarding Britain. Minister for Magic Damocles Roll, who took office in 1718, viewed the abandoned fortress on Azkaban Island as a potential solution to this pressing governmental need. Roll commissioned a team of ministry officials, magical architects, and security specialists to assess the feasibility of converting the ancient fortress into a modern prison. Their initial reports highlighted significant challenges. The remote location would make staffing and supply difficult. The centuries of dark magic had left disturbing residual effects, and the fortress itself would require extensive magical reinforcement to serve as a secure detention facility. Despite these concerns, Roll pressed forward with the project, driven by political pressure to demonstrate a tough stance on dark magic, following a series of high-profile cases involving enchanted objects being sold to muggles. Using a combination of ministry funds and donations collected from wealthy pure-blood families seeking to demonstrate their opposition to dark magic, the conversion project began in the winter of 1719. The initial renovation efforts focused on creating secure cells, establishing magical boundaries and anti-escape enchantments, and developing systems for maintaining the isolated facility. During this process, workers reported numerous disturbing incidents, unexplained cold spots, whispers emanating from empty rooms, and overwhelming feelings of despair that would descend without warning. Several workers abandoned the project, claiming the island itself seemed hostile to human presence. It was during this renovation that ministry workers first encountered the island's most notorious inhabitants, the creatures we now know as Dementors. These spectral beings appeared to have been drawn to the island by the centuries of dark magic performed there, or perhaps had been deliberately summoned by the original occupant for purposes now lost to history. The ministry's initial reaction was to attempt to remove these creatures from the island, but conventional magical defenses proved largely ineffective. The Patronus charm, which would later become known as the most reliable defense against Dementors, was at that time an obscure piece of magic known to only a handful of witches and wizards. After several failed attempts to eliminate the Dementors, Minister Roll made a fateful decision that would shape the nature of magical incarceration for centuries to come. Rather than continuing to fight against the Dementors' presence, he proposed incorporating them into the prison's security system. The creature's natural ability to drain happiness and hope from humans would, he reasoned, serve as both additional punishment for the worst offenders and a highly effective deterrent against escape attempts. This controversial decision was formalized in the Azkaban Accord of 1721, a magical contract between the ministry and the Dementors that established their role as prison guards in exchange for ministry sanction to feed on the emotions of prisoners. The exact terms of this agreement remain classified to this day, but its implementation transformed Azkaban from merely a remote prison into something far more terrifying, a place where the punishment extended beyond physical confinement to the systematic draining of all positive emotion and memory. The first prisoners arrived at the newly established Azkaban prison in January 1722, a group of 7 dark wizards convicted of creating cursed objects that had caused several Muggle deaths. Their transfer from temporary ministry holding cells was conducted with great secrecy, both to prevent potential rescue attempts and to shield the public from full knowledge of the conditions they would face. These initial inmates were housed in what would later be designated as the medium security section of the prison. As the prison population grew, a 3-tiered security system developed. The lowest security level, located on the upper floors of the fortress, housed prisoners serving shorter sentences for less severe crimes. These levels had fewer Dementors, and prisoners were allowed certain basic comforts such as limited personal possessions and occasional letters from family. The medium security levels housed those serving longer sentences for more serious crimes, use of forbidden magic, magical theft, or non-lethal attacks on other witches and wizards. Conditions here were considerably harsher, with regular Dementor presence and minimal amenities beyond the necessities of survival. The highest security level, located in the deepest part of the fortress closest to the Dementors' natural gathering places, was reserved for those convicted of the most serious magical crimes, murder, use of unforgivable curses, or threats to the secrecy of the wizarding world. In these shadowy corridors, prisoners were kept in constant proximity to Dementors, their cells enchanted with additional security measures, and their contact with the outside world severely restricted or eliminated entirely. The early decades of Azkaban's operation saw few public concerns about conditions within the prison. The wizarding public, still recovering from periods of significant magical crime, generally supported harsh treatment for those who misused magic. The remote location kept the reality of Azkaban at a comfortable distance from everyday wizarding life, and ministry publications emphasized the security provided rather than the methods employed. The first significant questions about Azkaban's approach arose in the early 19th century, as changing attitudes toward justice in the broader magical community prompted reconsideration of using Dementors as guards. A reform movement led by Eldritch Diggory, then Minister for Magic, commissioned the first comprehensive review of Azkaban's conditions and their effects on inmates. The resulting report, compiled in 1838, documented disturbing patterns. Prisoners serving even short sentences showed lasting psychological damage from Dementor exposure. Rates of complete mental collapse were alarmingly high among long-term inmates, and even prison staff reported negative effects from their time on the island. Diggory, deeply troubled by these findings, began developing plans to remove Dementors from the prison and implement more humane security measures. Tragically, Diggory died of dragonpox in 1839 before these reforms could be implemented. His successor, less troubled by the ethical implications and more concerned with the substantial cost of the proposed changes, shelved the reform plans indefinitely. The Dementors remained at Azkaban, and conditions continued largely unchanged for another century and a half. Throughout its history, Azkaban's reputation for inescapability remained its defining feature. The combination of its isolated location, powerful magical security enchantments, and the debilitating effect of the Dementors on prisoners' mental and magical abilities created a detention facility from which escape seemed impossible. For many years, this reputation remained unchallenged, with no successful escapes recorded in the prison's official history. This perfect record was shattered in 1993, when Sirius Black achieved what was previously thought impossible: escape from maximum security confinement. While the full details of his escape remained unclear to the Ministry at the time, we now know that his innocence and the corresponding ability to transform into his animagus form provided crucial advantages. His mental state was less affected by the Dementors due to his knowledge of his own innocence, and his dog form allowed him to slip through the bars of his cell and swim to the mainland. Black's escape prompted the most significant security review in Azkaban's history, though the results were focused more on preventing specific weaknesses he had exploited rather than addressing the fundamental issues with the prison's approach. Additional anti-transformation wards were established. Animagus detection spells were implemented, and physical barriers were reinforced, all while maintaining the Dementors as the primary security force. The most dramatic chapter in Azkaban's history came during the Second Wizarding War, when the mass breakout of Death Eaters revealed the fundamental flaw in relying on Dementors as guards. These creatures, naturally drawn to despair and darkness, ultimately aligned themselves with Lord Voldemort, the very figure whose followers they had been tasked with containing. The aftermath of the Second Wizarding War finally brought the reforms that Eldritch Diggory had envisioned more than a century earlier. Under Minister for Magic Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Dementors were permanently removed from Azkaban, and replaced with trained aurors and magical security systems. While the prison remained on the same forbidding island, its interior was substantially renovated to provide more humane conditions while maintaining necessary security. These reforms reflected a broader shift in wizarding justice philosophy, moving from an emphasis on punishment and suffering toward a focus on secure containment and, where possible, rehabilitation. Though Azkaban remains a place no witch or wizard wishes to find themselves, it no longer represents the absolute despair that characterized its Dementor-guarded era. The physical structure of Azkaban itself bears witness to its complex history. The original black stone fortress remains at the core, its ancient walls still emanating faint traces of the dark magic that created them. Surrounding this are the expansions and modifications added during its conversion to a ministry prison, cell blocks, administrative areas, and security features reflecting different eras of magical architecture and priorities. Modern visitors to Azkaban, limited to ministry officials, specific authorized researchers, and family members of current inmates during strictly regulated visiting periods, still report an inexplicable heaviness upon approaching the island, as though centuries of misery have seeped into the very air. Even without the Dementor's presence, the prison retains an atmosphere of profound melancholy, a testament to the countless souls who have spent their final days within its walls. For the wizarding public, Azkaban exists more as concept than reality, a distant threat, a deterrent against the misuse of magic, a final destination for those who transgress society's most fundamental laws. Few ordinary witches and wizards have seen its silhouette against the stormy horizon, yet its name alone carries weight in wizarding conversation, invoked as the ultimate consequence of magical wrongdoing. Perhaps the most lasting legacy of Azkaban is not found in its stones or its security measures, but in the ongoing ethical questions it raises for magical society. What constitutes appropriate punishment for magical crimes? Where is the balance between security for the many and humane treatment of even the worst offenders? How does a society claiming to value justice reconcile that value with the practical necessities of maintaining order? These questions continue to challenge each generation of wizarding leadership, with no simple answers emerging even after centuries of debate. The history of Azkaban prison, from its dark origins to its reformed present, serves as a complex mirror reflecting the evolving values, fears, and aspirations of wizarding Britain throughout its history. As our exploration of this somber institution comes to a close, the shadows in our room seem to deepen, as though in sympathy with the darkness we have contemplated. Yet even in discussing such grim subjects, there is value in understanding, in acknowledging both the failures of the past and the ongoing effort to create more just systems for the future. The fire has burned low now, its embers casting a final warm glow against the encroaching night. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you'll consider, what does the evolution of places like Azkaban tell us about the society that creates them? And how might future generations judge our own approaches to justice, both magical and mundane, when viewed through the clarifying lens of history?